Jo, this starts DNS script proxy. I want it to be started in a network namespace. I need the network namespace to be run first, I guess. Requires I think actually that I think you don't need much more than just the namespace. One name, I think. I'm gonna run this thing in NS store. And how do you run it in the namespace then? I've got what is it called? Maybe something with a namespace. Yep, this. Which I think is something that belongs in service. So by adding this, it should start the network, the NS store network namespace, and then run this thing itself inside that namespace. So now if we should be running that in that namespace. Let's see if this works. This created a directory. Yeah. With an override file in it. Override something. My service is not there. What? Oh, I probably edited it. Oh, the edit. Stupid. Service. Of course I forgot now. Got it. What was it? Network namespace. That one. Yep, now it's there. So if I do sudo system ctl restart, I'm gonna stop it first. Script proxy. Status not running. Dead. I don't see the dead, but there must be a dead somewhere. There, dead. Start. So maybe we can do status. Oh, it can't find this one. No, then it's probably called named. Yeah. My memory is not good enough to remember if there was a D in it or not. We have a few others of that. We do not have a few others like that. No, well, I don't know. Probably named, right? I mean, use a lib system D. System. KLMN name. That is a name. I thought I would type that. Yeah, then there's a name. Oh, it must be an underscore. Start. Now it starts, and I go to status again. It is running, and it should be running in the ns store namespace. So how can we test that? Well, the thing has a PID. So we do ls /proc PID namespaces net. Permission denied. Very good. And then that is the namespace. How do I find what the namespace is of NSTore? I guess it exists in var netns. But this thing, I have to print the inode of that. Okay, I think. I don't know how to do that. At the very least, it's not the same thing as the init namespace, which is something else. Okay, that's probably then therefore working. Which means that it did now we should have something that listens on port 53 localhost inside that namespace. So before I could not do, let's say, if I did that here, I could not do this. Run inside the network namespace and a store dig something because nothing was listening, or actually that still doesn't work. Well, we have this inside that namespace, but it's not. That wasn't listening on anything. Okay, this one. Yeah. So it just didn't work because nothing is listening on port 53 here. Now it should be listening on both ports. I guess you could just print what is listening in that namespace, but might as well run this. If this now works, then it totally worked, right? What the hell? Timed out. So I think it is running there and listening, but it can't get a connection with the internet. It's kind of weird though. Why? Pretty sure I have internet inside this namespace. Oh, I don't have internet. Okay. Why? Huh? It's up, up. It's like literally something that always works. And now I'm streaming and then it doesn't work. Why the hell would I not have internet through over this interface? It doesn't make any sense. I mean, that would be a problem of my router, which is impossible. Can ping the thing itself. Can ping the. Is there a router like that? No, I don't have that router. Yeah, this is this is weird. I mean, what I normally would do is go to my router now, but I'm not sure what all kind of private information I don't want to stream related to that. I think I'm gonna look at it on a different monitor. Can't be reached. Wow. Oh! No. Well, maybe. Yeah. Maybe. The problem is that I don't have a DNS resolver anymore at the moment in my init namespace. I guess I should just use my ISP namespace, DNS resolver then. I should remove the firewall list. Oh, invalid syntax. What is status? It is numbered. Well, I should remove these to begin with. So this probably delete or something. 619 or not. How is it called? Delete. Really? You want it full? Yep. And again. Oops. TCP1. Now we still don't have anything because I'm pretty sure that, well, I just added it, I guess. It's at resolve. Conf. Let's just remove this and put in name server. That operation not allowed. Great. I should have found it. It is. I am running. Oh, what the fuck. Yeah. Okay. Never mind. Cut. I'll see you at ch attribute minus I. Even the root is not allowed to edit this. That is also weird. It doesn't remember something that went wrong. Type it again. Name server. Okay, now we should have at least we need port 50 something is open. And I think that also my the operating system thing now should work. Everything exists. Just type a host name and it exists. Yeah, hopefully that was it. I don't know. So the thing that didn't work was running. Still not working. Yeah, why would this work actually? Okay. Now at least I couldn't even go to my router because of this, so now I can. Let's go to the dashboard of my router. Shift that. Last seen 7 days ago. I think my MAC address is changed or something by moving it. So run in this namespace, IP address. Nope, it's still the same MAC address. Possible. Huh? It looks like this is not the default route. It's not using this device at all, because my router says that nobody's using it. Can we have a IP route? Default is this via that device. Should be working. Yeah, then the fun ends here because I don't know. Why? Let's see if we can ping this thing. Yeah, probably. I mean, it can also ping this address, so it wouldn't say much. This just works. Obviously, you can also ping this. It's probably a firewall thing then. I think we are firewalled. Do I have a firewall? I have firewall rules. Oh, no. Yeah, but I did set firewall rules. I'm pretty sure about that. I guess I should run, let's see, ask the AI, because I'm not that familiar with that. How do I list all and NF tables? NF tables rules. Yeah. I saw that before, just didn't know it anymore. So this is everything is run as root, and then we want to run the NFT list rule set in that namespace, and then we see that it is doing absolutely nothing. Yeah, okay, that was the problem. So I did bring up the loopback interface, and I have blocked port 53 explicitly, but In this case, I need to allow, of course, accessing the internet. I can't remember if I did do this manually or if I wrote some kind of. I think it's part of the NS store service, which I should have added somewhere here. Etc. De conf.g netns. Yep. Let's do that as root. NFT Tor. Looks like exactly what I was looking for, right? Yep. Okay, so we're using NFT and I want, this is in namespace Tor, and Tor definitely needs internet access. So I need to extend this with access to, yeah, I don't know, add a root for output, right? This thing doesn't even have connection rules. The contract stuff. Yeah. Okay, I currently have these NF tables roots. How do I change this to add? Default routing. Through ETH to 10 with IP number in case that matters. I guess the gateway is still this. That is my router IP. I made my own system for network namespaces and systemd, which has all the configuration in this directory. And if my gateway might already be defined in default, actually. Yep. So host gateway is my gateway. I can use that. So we want to edit this on, and then input policy drop CT and state invalid drop. Loopback accept, allow established and related incoming. This is new, so we need that. Allow ICMP ping. No, of course not. So in this namespace, the only thing that's going to run in this namespace is store. And unfortunately it needs internet access. Outgoing internet access. So then what comes back as a result of me making a connection to the outside world falls under this, and that I have to accept that. Forward didn't change, and output look back still the same. We also have an established related. Why? Allow established related outgoing connections. I don't see the point of that really. I'm only initiating connections going out. This is that should not be changed, right? Still the same thing. I don't recognize this. What the hell is 14 proto? Something else here. Let's ignore it. I mean, I ask about something else and it changes my lines. Why? Don't do that. Output interface name NS primary IF. Except allow all other outgoing traffic on the primary interface. Maybe it's an L actually, not 14. L4 proto. Meta L4 proto. What the hell is that? No. Table for network address translation. Why do I need that? I don't get this. I'm gonna try without. Right, so I have to restart NFT NS Tor. Can we just do that? So systemctl list units grep in a store. I guess this one. Well, I'm not sure if I can restart this thing even. Other stuff might depend on it. Okay, let's run again this one, and I think it worked. This line is added and this line is added. So now we should have access. Let me see if it. No, let me first ping something. Yeah, now I should see it on the router. Last seen just now. Yep. So that worked. And then I should be able to ping, say, something on the internet as well. Yep. And yeah, 25 plus milliseconds means it goes through my VPN. So that is correct. And as opposed to, say, pinging it directly via my ISP, that would be, how much? 12 me? I don't know. No. 10 milliseconds. Okay, so now I did run the DNS script inside the NS Tor namespace, and we gave it internet access. So now it should be possible to resolve something inside that namespace. I'm going for a dig. That didn't work before. Ping ping dig, yeah. Refused. Yeah, but it doesn't matter if you run it in a different namespace. It's just trying to use my operating system DNS resolver, which is pointing at that because I changed the etc resolve.com. Of course, I have to specifically ask it to use the DNS script, which runs on that. Or that 53 is probably not necessary. There it is. Resolved through DNS script through VPN. Okay, so I think that now we take everything down and then I start it up again. So I have systemctl list units. Yeah, anything interesting has a store in it, I think. In the meantime, I have a lot of services. I'll try to explain what they want to do. You can ignore the outside because those are just yeah, slave services basically. With respect to the same service with the same name without the outside. So we have netns outside low, and we have just without outside. And we have this one, McFeelan is that one. Outside NFT is just this one. So ignore the outsides, and this one is the service. That brings up the NSTOR network namespace. And this one is what sets the NF tables rules, so the firewall rules. This one brings up the loopback in that side disk namespace. And this one sets up the McVLAN. It's the Ether 210. So whole Tor is not even running at all, actually. Looks like it. I think Tor is just an operating system thing, which no doubt I need an extra configuration for, which I would have expected as a directory here. Ah, yeah, yep. So I just use the normal Tor service from Arch Linux, but I added this override.conf. So if I start Tor, then it's gonna first run. Well, no, and it's not going to first run. What it's going to require is to start in parallel the netns McVLAN, which is still running. Must be running that first, I think. It requires probably does that. So this brings up this depends on the NSTOR name. The NSTOR namespace is brought up. Therefore, we can use this so that it runs in that namespace. And then Tor is run in that namespace. But I don't think it's running at the moment. PS. Or is it? Maybe it is. There's a lot of Tors here, but not really. Chromium. Cryptor. I don't think Tor's running. Yeah. They just bring the McVLAN down. Systemctl stop. So bring that down did not bring down the namespace, nor did it bring down the firewall inside that namespace. So this one, this just belongs to that one. This is the namespace, and this is the firewall. And this is not mine. Probably related to this one. This is probably the varun netns NSTOR mount. Yeah, it's a mount. So this thing here. Varun NSTOR. It's a file directory. Well, without var. Also not. I just typed it. That was varun. netns NSTOR. What did I type then? Oh, I typed okay. We need a network namespace here. netns first. So that would be, you can unmount it. It's just a mounted thing. And that should automatically disappear if I remove the network namespace itself, aka if I stop this. But I'm not allowed to stop this, because I added a rule that disallows it. So the only thing I can do is stop this one. You can just stop the firewall. Let me stop the firewall. still it's up. Okay, that's weird. That is weird. Because we are usually systemd system. Yeah, but it's a template, so I can remove this. Well, no. But it doesn't work. I had to make a copy over here, I think. netns. There's no copy here. Okay, and this must be the one. Yep. Yeah, in there you see the URL to my Git repository of this stuff. So, refuse manual stop. Cannot stop it, but it says, of course, I would almost say, stop when unneeded is yes, and it's still running. So then who is it needing it still? Possible. I mean, you would almost think that Tor is still running. I hope not, because I took down the firewall and everything. Well, maybe, yeah, that results in wide open, so I should not be wrong. System CTL status. It's totally not running. No, time for the AI questions again. Well, if anything is keeping it up, it's because this is required. And that it can only be required from one of these directories. So we might as well try grab required or something. Require the netns name, something from one of those directories. No such file directory. Interesting. Have GAT. No, I don't know what it is. Nobody's even requiring it. It's impossible, of course. I thought I had a shitload of things that require it. Well, one of the things that should require it is this thing, so why am I not seeing that then? No, that requires this one. Which in that both of them require the namespace. Again, in turn, to maybe the veth is still up. Oh, and I have a better idea actually. I just have to grab for netns. Duh, loads of them. Oh, the slices are still running. I think one of those slices is keeping it alive. Slices never disappear though, until you reboot. Let's just ask the AI. So my problem was I have okay, I have this service. And despite stopping everything that I thought is related, it is still running. So apparently something is still needing it, yeah, because of this. How can I find out which source is still needing this one? Maybe you should give it a name. The thing that is actually running was this one. I should set active instead of running, because nothing is running, but it is still active. But okay, I think that it understands what I mean. Hopefully. Too much information. Too much. Just give me one line. No, it has to give every possibility. Here's how you can find the dependency. Hey, Post Bunny. Systemctl list dependencies, reverse, blah blah blah. Okay, I'll just try it out. I don't know, maybe it will tell us something. Oh, DNS script. Yeah, of course, DNS script is still running. Say no more. Yeah, that doesn't have neither NSStore nor netns in it. So I missed it. I'm stupid. We all know that. Systemctl stop DNS script. So now everything has stopped. No, it's no longer running. The slides won't go away. Now, don't tell me that thing still exists. That would be kind of weird, I think. Var run netns. No, it's gone. It's unmounted. Nobody knows why that thing is still running. Active, mounted, run netns. Invar, I suppose. I mean, there is no run. That's just that does not exist. That does not exist. Damn it. Okay, well, it's empty. No, it exists. Why? Why? Okay, it's not my problem. I didn't start a thing. I'm not going to stop it. Maybe because of the slice or something. So now I try to do anything with this namespace. I hope it's going to tell me that the namespace does not exist. So what was the last thing that we did? Like ping or something? Oh yeah. try to look up using test using DNS script proxy computer.org. To do something else. Fish.org. Yep, the namespace does not exist. And then if I start Tor, then I want to have DNS script started as well. Probably even before Tor is started. I don't know if Tor needs a namespace server, but I can imagine it does, because it has to connect to to Tor servers and stuff, at least to Bootstrap. So we're going to say, if I start Tor, I want my DNS script to be started automatically. System.cl edit tor.service, and it requires netns Mac, the Mac, the veth pair, the veth pair. What? Huh? Oh yeah, okay. I didn't see it though. So Tor runs in one namespace, and then the Tor browser is going to run in yet another network namespace. And so that it has no internet, the browser can only connect to Tor, and that goes through this veth pair. I would think I should be able to see that then, but okay. Anyway. Yeah, the order doesn't really matter, I guess. I can just start it as the first one, maybe. No, it's not true. Well, it depends on the Mac VLAN as well. So we should start Mac VLAN as part of DNS script. So this must be dependency of the other thing. Copy. No. netns Mac VLAN and the store. DNS script proxy service. Like that. Yeah, I have only one DNS script proxy. I just run it in that namespace. This was the DNS script proxy. Just remove this. So I'm gonna make this the Mac VLAN. Because we need internet, right? For the proxy needs internet, which would be this one. But it's not that simple, because we also need firewall. Is that true? Do I need a firewall to be up before? Yeah, probably. I mean, kind of makes sense, I guess. Where is my firewall linked in? Is that part of the McVeelan thing? Maybe. Nope. I kind of messed up my dependencies, if you ask me. Let's have another look. So Tor started first. Conf. Just requires the virtual Ethernet cable and the DNS script proxy. Does that make sense? Yeah. DNS script proxy starts up everything else. Needs a McVeelan and the namespace and the firewall, everything. It kind of makes sense to have the DNS lookup working before you start Tor. So, okay. And then that thing. McVeelan. Only McVeelan. McVeelan and the firewall, I think. Is anyone depending on NFT? No. What? Let me look at my own website. I wrote documentation for this, so maybe. My memory is so bad. I worked 2 weeks on something else and I already forgot everything. It's scary. Okay. This is the vEthernet, just a cable between two network namespaces. This is the McVeelan, just give it some device inside the namespace, which is actually having access to the internet. And of tables, this is what we're talking about. netns NFT. This unit stores and removes firewall rules in the network namespace ns name using nf tables. Without this unit enabled for namespace, the namespace will have no specific firewall rules applied by this service, typically meaning all traffic is allowed by default within the namespace owned stack, which is empty, so yeah, still nothing. Enabling this service for namespace will also ensure its loopback interface is brought up. It is necessary for certain firewall functionalities, most notably for reject rules operate correctly. Towards firewall rules, yeah, we don't do that. Yeah, just not saying anything about adding dependencies, I'm afraid. Yeah. Anyway, it belongs to the McVillain, so I guess proxy is that netns McVillain. Hesitating. Shall I bring up the firewall every time I bring up the McVillain, or shall I just do it separately? Actually, the firewall must be brought up after the McVillain, I think. Can you do it in parallel? Probably can do it in parallel. I'm just gonna edit here. I think that works. And of course you are not root. So we create the McVillain device and we create the network, the firewall rules here. Yeah, that should do it. So let's do sudo systemctl start tor netns McVillain at ns tor servers not found. Now it's suddenly a minus. No. Huh, what? No. Well, this is a minus sign, but before that I had to use an underscore. What's up with that, man? Ridiculous. Which is it? No, this is a minus sign. Oops, I used an underscore. Yeah, no. Huh? What? Anyway, it has to be a minus sign. Start. What? netns McVillain underscore. Totally minus sign. Panic. Don't think that did anything. Keeps complaining about an underscore here. Heh? Okay. There is no netns underscore McPhelan in my configuration. Well, I have one more configuration thingy, but that should not be related. Nevertheless, let's try searching there, etc. conf.t netns. Nope. Yet, if I try to start it, it complains about a thing that doesn't exist. What? Why? How? Do I have to reboot or something? This is really crazy. Possible. I'm going to ask the AI again. Please help me. Please help me. You are my only hope. Debug this error. Is it blah 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 blah? I hope they remove that from AIs very soon. It means that your tor.service unit file or an override for it is trying to dereference a service it's talking to itself. And blah, 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 blah. I knew that, yeah, that's why it's saying that. Probably exists, blah, 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 blah. Yeah, it's hard to deep. Okay, maybe no. Inspect the tor.service unit file for incorrect reference. Yeah. Okay, I have to agree. I only looked at the override file. Maybe there is some other file in it. No, only override. Already looked at that. The cut is an interesting way to do that. You have to admit that. Nothing. Look through the out specifically for lines like requires blah blah blah. No, this string does not occur anywhere. Etc. Says no. Once you've identified, yeah, that's the whole problem. Maybe I should do this after editing files. Maybe that was the reason. Yeah, okay. Maybe, I don't know. Try it again. Sudo start or no, now you have a different error. Oh, I just failed to start now. Yeah, if you edit an source file, you have to run this. So now I remember. And it is going wrong because it was just running. This is an error, maybe. Just running. You've got to be kidding me. It says it failed to run right here. The job for tortoises failed because the control process exited with error code. See, system CTL status and that. What error code? No, it's running. Oops. It is mine cell. I just need it to be root. Okay, and that is again different from that. it in a better way maybe to do IP netns, something like list IPs or something. I think identify maybe. Identify the PID. Yep. So that process runs in a store namespace. And then we had the ping attempt. Oh yeah. Now what? Timeout. I would say that the DNS script runs, otherwise it would have been just connection reviews or something. Well, maybe not for UDP. Still. I guess we don't have internet again. We do have internet. Okay, so why is it timing out? DNS proxy is running. DNS script proxy. And it is running in a store as well. And it should be listening on that to... Why is it not working? Pretty sure this worked half an hour ago, or I mean before I restarted everything. So the only thing I can think of is that maybe the order in which things were started up didn't really work. Let's print the firewall rules again inside the namespace. Where is that? That was something with NFT. That one, no. This. Allow all output on the primary interface. This is the firewall rules that we want. What am I doing wrong? If anything. Yeah, and earlier this stream I had the same error, but then it was because I didn't have any firewall rules. Therefore no internet, but it looked good now. Yeah, ping is not the same as TCP or UDP. Is there a way that I can test better internet connections? Yeah, I would say dig, but dig something else. I'm still rejecting port 53. So if I try say 888 on port 53, then it's what? Okay, that's weird, because the reject should have immediately caused an error, not in timeout. It's not a drop, it's a reject. Let's have a look at my router again, which says just now. Yeah, that would even the ping would work. I can ping the gateway, obviously. I mean, I can ping 888. 8. Already looked at that, right? That was running in the right namespace. Let me think. Yeah, I need a host name. Telnet. How do we pause a port? Just the port. Okay. It's 80. Connected. There is something very wrong with DNS script itself, because you just have totally internet there. Why? What is different between 20 minutes ago or something? Oh. I really have no idea. Like, absolutely no idea. Yeah. Let's do a step back. Let's run this again outside of the namespace. Of course, I have internet connection here because I'm streaming and stuff. I mean, in here, meaning in the global network namespace. So we run it in there, everything just will work, right? Except then it's not using my VPN then. So I'm going to edit it again to do systemctl edit. And then I don't want to run in this namespace. And well, then this doesn't care because that is just stuff inside that namespace, but might as well comment it out, I guess. And now I added a service file, so I have to rerun the daemon reload, right? Let's not forget that. Maybe I should have stopped it first, I don't know. Systemctl stop. Status totally stopped. Start. Status totally running. And now I have to check, of course, what the let's just use this. That's an IP network namespace. ID. Huh? Brain fart. That's not the IP. What did I use for the identify thing? This is it was IP. Okay, well, never mind then. Not in any network namespace. Okay. And then we're going to run the same dig again. Dig this. But then in what? As root, because it was also as root. And it works. Okay. So inside the network namespace, we have full internet access. Well, that's not true. I tested ping and I tested TCP. I did not test UDP. But this thing is not using UDP, I think. Is it? Actually, it is. Haha, yes, it is. Okay. So I did not check UDP. So maybe UDP did not have UDP internet access. Outside the network namespace, it just works. As I ever run it inside the network namespace, that does not work. It's using UDP. I didn't test it. Maybe we don't have UDP. But before it worked, then we did have UDP. And I wouldn't know why we would not have that, actually, because there's nothing TCP about it, the rules that we use. We're using these rules inside the network. We just accept everything. It's not depending on UDP or TCP. Now, yeah, this is AI generated, these two lines, so maybe it's just wrong. No, because no, it cannot be wrong because I tested both ICMP and TCP worked, so the rules must be correct. I have still no clue whatsoever why it did not work. So we're going to stop it. Again. Stop. And then we're going to edit it again. And I'm going to require this and run it in the namespace again. That requires not necessary because these things still run, I think. Let's check if they still run. To do system ctl status. What was it called? netns mcfeelin at nstar.source. That is totally running. And the other one was the same thing, but an NFT. Also running, well, active, I mean. So yeah, that requires, this won't do anything. It just checks and it sees that it is already active. So the only thing that I really changed then is now that it is going to run in this namespace. And then it's going to run, well, it's going to do a lot of things actually. But eventually it's just going to run this. So I could run this manually inside the namespace without doing everything else. But yeah, it worked before, really. Copnet point, I don't know, I don't even know that all of this is doing, man. Lock personality. That's a very paranoid DNS resolver. So I had a stop. I'm going to start it again. Now it runs in a namespace. I'm not even going to check that again. Well, maybe I am. Actually, shall I check it? Okay, let's do the PS. PS. Here is some PS. There it is. And then we need the identify thingy. Identify. Yeah, it is running in the NS-Tor. And now it suddenly doesn't work, right? So we run dig inside the dig, the spring dig inside. Yeah, that won't work. Wait a minute, another dig. This one. No, it doesn't work. What on earth? Why can I not remember how to print the ports that is being listened on? I gotta remember it. How do I list all ports that are being listened on? For yeah, this is UDP, right? But TCP as well, I guess, but especially for UDP. Including IP version 6, because I'm very confused that it did not work, that loss command. SS. Totally listening on that. Okay, so DNS script proxy is listening on localhost port 53, both IP 4 and 6. And then I run dig. Is that not the way to do it then? Oh, wait a minute. Oh, I think I know. Yeah, I think I know it. The problem is we did not bring up the loopback. I thought it would be automatic, but probably, so this is missing, yeah. So first check that. So I have sudo systemctl. No, wait a minute. Just run in this namespace, IP address, down. The loop back is down. Oh, okay. And I had expected that to be up because something in my documentation said that LO is being brought up. Yeah. That is being brought up by ns-nft. Is that not running then? Yes, it is running. Systemctl status netns-nft at ns-torrent.service. That one is active. So how the hell is it possible that my loopback is not up? netns nft netns. No NFT here. So maybe it's just part of this thing then. Nope, it's not. It is not part of that. maybe the no, also not. So only V's. Go back. It's just not there. It is so weird. Maybe it's part of the outside. Nope. Requires netns. Someone is bringing up loop back. I'm sure of it. Nothing. Nothing. Just vanished. Why? Why? Okay. Oh, I think I might have. No, well, maybe, very maybe. I edited one of these files directly. This one or this one. Which is not the way to do it. Should not edit that one. I should edit the one in /user lib systemd/system / and now the question is, where should I edit? Inside or outside? I think inside. Nothing. Yeah. There is no. Oh, what? No. Yeah. I only have this and this here. That's true. It's kind of true. NFT is just a service thingy. Sorry. It's a percentage J thing. So it doesn't exist here. But it doesn't exist there. It only exists here. This should be part of my project, which is called yeah, this one or this one. See, there's git as the package build thing. So I have here services. That is the services. That is then I'm so confused. Yeah. Can't do that. Can only do that through the config then. Configs. Which is just, I only have nft.sh. Which is obviously not doing anything in terms of bringing up another service. Yeah, but I don't know. It's kind of weird though. It seems I have to add it manually. But how can it how can it disappear then from? Okay, so the problem is this is a template, right? So you have an @ sign and then .service, and then you can start services with an what I call an instance in between here, and that is then the %I inside your unit file, and this part, or rather than this part of the last hyphen, is %J. However, the only way that makes sense is if you use symbolic links to a file called netns add.service. And then if you start this, well, it points to the thing without this part, then %J should be replaced with nft. However, the symbolic links don't work, obviously, because probably I'm the only one in the world who's using that. And they never test it or stuff. And after I report it, I get no reply. So I resorted to just making a copy. And the annoying problem then is that if you edit the file that normally this symbolic link points to, this one is not updated because it's a copy. So I wrote a script that now automatically checks if the thing that normally you would point a symbolic link to is changed. And if it is, then we make a new copy. However, that means that you have that all of these things that only differ in the %J part here. So that would be this one, this one, this one, and this one. That's four of them, and then another 4 here. They're all the same. So there's no difference between these files. They're just the same copy. The only thing that's different is that they have a different name. So the %J is going to be different. Oops. And now what I want is that in the case of NFT, we want to have a requirement on the LO. But you can't do that. I mean, there is no way to treat the %J other than just using it as a literal replacement. You can't say if percentage j equals nft, then add an extra requires. That is just not working. But at this level, we can just add an override conf in a directory for the full name. So I could edit this service. However, it's still a template. And I'm not sure you can add override files for templates. Apparently you can. Okay, already did that for this one. Gonna assume that that works. But then the user has to do that because this is user stuff and etc. So the user has to install this package and then not forget to add that dependency then. I don't like that. So I was hoping that maybe the package can install it in /userlib. Override files. It seems very unlikely because also that then would only be useful for the percentage j users, and there is nobody in the world that is using that apparently, because it doesn't work in my eyes. Well, I don't know, other people do, but if you really want to use it like I'm doing here, then it doesn't work. /userlib system d system. Do we have any override files here? No, I don't have it. We have once files though. Oh, this is an override file here. Okay, so maybe it's not all lost. I think I added this one myself when I didn't know yet I should add it in etc. Definitely did not add these things. Suspend. I think this is the most interesting one though. That is a template on top of everything. Templated override file in /userlib with a different name, but it doesn't really matter. You can also do a cut. Sudo systemctl cut, and then I just try this. Well, without a .t. Cross fingers. It just works. So it finds this file, which is empty. Okay, but it still worked. It did add it. Is it really empty? Kidding me. Cut. Slash. I'm sitting in the dark. It's totally empty. Yeah. But this should be possible, right? So let's add an override file in /userlib then. However, I don't know. Can I do that with edit? I'm just gonna ask the AI. But it's probably faster than trying to look it up in some kind of manual. Can I add an override conf in /userlib as well using systemctl edit? Oh, since we are specifically designed to create blah 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 and etc. Okay. But we can just add it there and then move it over, I suppose. Why not use a lib? Lib says this is the vendor supplied unit files. Directly blah 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 blah. I think it's just wrong here actually. Okay, I'm going to turn on the light very quick. What were we talking about? Systemcgl edit unit user global. Maybe global. There's not much other options, but also in /userlib you have no, you don't have user there, Dart. I mean that would be silly. So I think a user is in your home directory, system then is in etc. And global maybe in just in /userlib. Try it. Where does the global end up? Global options. You just put it directly after systemcgl, I guess. And what did I want to edit? I forgot. Global, well, edit or edit global. No, let me try edit global. It seems more logical actually. Edit global and then let's first see if it works. Well, but that's part of the operation. Fuck you. Okay, then we're going to do netns nft add dot service. And what you want is a unit extra line being requires equals netns. This is so not going to work. Well, actually, I do have a percentage J here. Yeah. So I do it, but no I mean netns lo percentage I dot service. So now the loopback should be started if you start firewall tools. But yeah, they put it in, etc. I'm gonna be stubborn and just copy the whole thing to just use lib, I think. The word override is a bit yeah, what shall I call it? Move. So there's user lib. System d system, and then we're gonna call this Bring op. Make a dir. I don't know what's with the quotes. I don't think the en passant is anything special. Is it? Yeah, is a chance that it automatically is doing this now, or not. If I do a reload anyway. Oh. It is 10 p.m. Boys Bonnie. 10 p.m. I'm almost 14, I mean. I can stay up till 10 p.m. Beyond it, I mean. Systemctl daemon reload. I did do that, and now AX, no. Distracted. Up. Yeah, it's the wrong one. Down still. It's still down. It's past 10. Oh no. Can I not continue with my monitor under the covers? Small monitor. Okay, how do we do this then correctly? Like stopping it. I'm just gonna try to stop this, I think. Try to stop this. Systemctl to stop. Or restart maybe, but I don't trust restart. I don't trust it. Start. Yes! Totally unknown, which means up. It also starts with a U. So now it brings us up. But yeah, then the boring part starts. Well, let's first test it. See, before we didn't have this thing. It's confusing, but now we have. Okay. Anyway. Somewhere a long time ago, we did a dig. I guess this one, right? Connection refused. What the hell? Nothing works immediately anyway. DNS script. The script is no longer running. Well, did I stop it? I started it. So apparently it was automatically stopped at the moment I stopped the thing that depended on. So it was depending on the firewall rules. So it automatically stopped and it did this. Which means that also Tor should have been stopped, right? So Tor is also not running. Grep Tor. It's not running. Okay, let's start it again. System start. Tor. And now everything should be up, including that one. And so we can now do this. And it works. Yes. Oh, yes. Finally. So now if I bring down everything again, can I also use the... I can also use that. Very good. The IP version 6 loopback. Okay, so... now I have a resolver running in the NS network namespace that makes use of a MacVLAN device which has an IP and especially a MAC address that my external router recognizes as something that must be routed through my VPN to the country or that I will not disclose. And then from there it connects to an anonymous DNS script proxy server, which then forwards it to another country having removed the IP number of the VPN. So then the final DNS server that gets to resolve fish.org doesn't even know which VPN we come from, use. And that then resolves sends it back to the proxy sends it back to the VPN sends it back to us. Cool. Like it. Okay, then the next thing that we need is let me think. Yeah, I think I want to use this as also for my browser, so the normal browser. I'm going to use my ISP DNS resolver for my email because that's so much. I don't want to spam servers all over the world with my DNS lookups. If that is only related to spam addresses. I might pick one that, I mean, for my normal, for the ISP thing then. Well, actually, I can't. ISP just resolves everything, of course. Yeah, well, maybe I'll run a different instance of a DNS script and for that. Because it would be kind of nice to have a DNS server that filters out malicious websites and, well, spammers especially. So then someone tries to connect from a spamming email sender, how do you call those things? And then it just won't resolve the hostname, and then my email daemon thingy is refusing that. Because the hostname must resolve, otherwise it's refusing. That would be it's kind of useful as an email spam filter. But the point being that I want to be able to connect to this port or this one, so just localhost, localhost inside this namespace from the global namespace. And I asked Gemini about that, and it came with a whole long story about network address translation stuff. I'm not totally convinced that it's necessary though. So maybe you can do something called TAP. Vaguely remember. Let's try to use Google instead of an AI. Process or daemon lesson on board in 2 different network namespaces. Why can't I make 2 network namespaces communicate? That's not really asked. How can I change the network namespace of A? Dot. Yeah, very, very clear. Fun with network namespaces. Now we have diverted so far from what I wanted to know that I give up. Maybe I should ask an AI. Is it possible to join 2 different process namespaces? Join. Building containers by hand using namespaces. I like this color. Let's click on it. No, there was a better side, I think. There's also a red hat, and I clicked on it before. I'm going to go to my own thingy, and that then probably has a link to it somewhere. I think it was, yeah, for example, this one. That goes to the site that I wanted to go to. This has a list of loads of things, and one of those was a tab, I think. It was called tab. That's where I know it from. Tab here. A MAC vTab and an IPv tab. That is not the image that I was looking for. Just scroll over all images, I guess. I mean, ETH0 looks like something that goes to the outside, to the internet. But in the end, you know, it's still mixing stuff. So you have even 3 different network namespaces here, and they all connect to the same device. They all go through the same device. And ta-da, tab. And if we find another one, we have at least 2 network namespaces which connect to the same thing. It's not called tab, but there's bridges involved here. So maybe the word's bridge then that we were looking for. It's kind of the same thing happens, but there's the MacVLAN. I don't think we need that. No, the MacVLAN is really, you have an Ethernet card, so like the physical card in your PC, and then you configure that card itself to be 2 cards, like different IP addresses and different MAC addresses. That's the Mac here. And then, so this network namespace can have an its own IP address and MAC address, and still be connected to your Ethernet cable that goes from your PC to your router or something. And you can have multiple of those even, apparently. Which you would say, yeah, nice, I can make one, then I can make 2, right? But it's kind of important because there is all kinds of different ways. This was how it had to be done before MacVLAN. So you leave the ETH0 card alone. You needed a bridge. Now you don't need a bridge anymore. You can just configure the thing directly. But then there is a difference in if these 2 can talk to each other. So if you set the thing to private, which of course I did for my Tor thing, then it is not possible to talk from one network namespace to the other. Both have access to the internet in this case, but they cannot talk to each other. But it's also possible that you can talk with each other like this, or even like this. So that's why they bring in 2 of them. But even though there is 2 namespaces here, it's only to explain whether or not they can talk with each other. I don't think it's relevant for our case. So I'm going to scroll down. IPVLAN. VLAN is similar to a MacVLAN, with the difference being that the endpoints have the same MAC address. So yeah, no, also not very interesting. So then apparently both can talk to the outside world, but they both appear with the same MAC address, even though they have different IP numbers. My router is not going to be happy in that case. I couldn't even use that. All kinds of different modes. MacVTap, IPVTap. MacVTap, IPVTap is a new device driver meant to simplify virtualized bridged networking. I don't know what that is, but okay, it's going to be simpler. When I make VTap/IPVTap, I think that's the same thing again, you know. MAC means that you have different MAC addresses, and IP means that you don't have different MAC addresses, but still different IP numbers. That's my guess anyway. Instead of, for instance, what it is integrated on top of the physical interface, still, the kernel also creates a character device to be used just like TUNTAP device, whatever that is, but I'm interested, which can be directly used by KVM, the virtual machine stuff. Interesting. But yeah, I don't really need that. Although in the end, maybe I'm interested in running, say, the browser in a virtual machine. But my browser is going to talk to something that talks to the Tor. That has nothing to do with the DNS resolver. So nah. It's still device and stuff. So device stuff. And it's also still a physical device here. I think the ETH0 is a physical device. Probably not very interesting. We can to network loopback devices. The vCAN, virtual CAN, whatever that is, driver offers a virtual local controller area network interface. So users can send, receive controller area network messages via a vCAN interface. CAN is mostly used in the automotive field nowadays. Talking about having multiple words per sentence that you don't understand. For more CAN protocol information, please refer to the kernel CAN documentation. So I think this is literally something very special, like a CAN. Like I don't even know what it is, and therefore I don't need it. CAN. And they can put an X in between, so we also don't need that then. An IP-OIP device supports the IP over InfiniBand protocol. Well, this is another protocol that I'm not interested in, I think. It gets more and more obscure. NL-MON. A netlink monitor device. A dummy interface. IFB intermediate functional block. I think we're at the end. The ones I don't think I saw anything. Then, well, I can still click on that tab thing. That was just. I'm not sure what the tab is. And I still have that in my head. That maybe that's what I need. Where was that link? But right. Tip is about network tunnel driver for the software unit testing protocol known as TIP. No, it's something else. And for tip dancing, see. In computer networking, TUN and TIP are kernel virtuals, much better than the physical thing. Network devices, being network devices supported entirely in software, different from ordinary network devices, which are backed by physical network adapters. The universal tune-tipped driver originated in 2000 as a merger of the corresponding drivers in Solaris Linux and BSD. The driver continues to be maintained as part of Linux and FreeBSD kernel. Solaris is no more. RIP, I guess. Or, I don't know what they did. Design. Though both are for tunneling purposes, TUN and TIP cannot be used together because they transmit and receive packets at different layers of the network stack. TUN, namely network tunnel, simulates a network layer device and operates in layer 3, carrying IP packets. Is there no button to translate this to English? Network layer, application layer, present shit. It just barely escaped the physical layer. Can't say it really explained so that a noob understands this, right? It's only one image. Image that doesn't really explain anything. Anyway, talking about tunneling, I would say, oops, that is something that is going over the network, which is also not what I want. I just want to cross from one network namespace to another. I guess I have to give in to the AI's idea of needing network area, what was it? Net address translation. Yeah, so we could find that back. So just have it regenerated. I think I asked this AI. Is that all? Surely I have more history than 5 things. It's probably somewhere down here. Damn it. Oh, there's more. Why is it abbreviated like crazy? Nothing, man. Can't even. Networking daemon across. Maybe this one. Yep. Okay, so this thing wants to you have to create a veth thingy. I suppose you cannot create a veth thingy directly on the loopback. Design something else. And then it said I have to turn on IP forwarding. Strange. I don't know what it is actually. I guess the first step is to do this manually instead of trying to add it to systemd. And then try to get this to work. However, I can use my systemd play thingy to add in the veth already. Actually, I still have a veth. We already have a veth laying around. Might as well use that. Well, that one ends up in another namespace, not in the global namespace. Is that a problem? Nope, it's not a problem. You can just test that. Use that. So, we have sudo system, no, the pub IP, netns, execute in nstore IP address. So we have something that listens on LO, and we have a virtual Ethernet thingy with this address. And then I have another namespace, which is called NS Browser. And that has the other end of it with this address. And now we want to connect stuff. To probably have to run stuff in this network namespace. Let's see. In netns A, is that the one that did run the daemon? I think it was. A daemon running in network namespace A. Yes, it is. Okay. We're here. So this is where my daemon runs, which is nstore. And then this is the NS browser. So I'm going to do this one in NS browser. We already have the sudo systemctl something net hop the pip. No errors. Interesting. And then the same thing in the other namespace. It's like literally the same thing. So we turn forwarding on in both namespaces. And then we do this, which is another sysctl -w thingy. The veth nsa. What is that? I guess this is the... No, what is it? Oh, there's this thing here. Okay. Yeah, I'm an idiot. Of course it is. So the virtual Ethernet thing in namespace A. Hello. Yes. So we're going to do this then with certain translation, namely netnsa. So the daemon runs, which is nstore. And this name here is the thing in the nstore. So that would be this one. Yeah. That worked. And then the other one, oh, it is also in the same namespace. We run more robust. Oh, wait a minute. You might also need it on all or LO in some cases. But well, yeah. So now, if it doesn't work, you have to try this, I suppose. Configure the IP tables dnet rules. Unfortunately, I'm using NF tables directly. Going on and on and on and on and on. This is point 7A, 7B, 7C, and 7D. You cannot ask a question to this thing without that it has to answer 2 pages. Maybe I should just reset this to 1000 or something. Okay, so one the concepts remain the same. In init ns, we need to catch locally generated traffic to blah 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 is talking to itself again, otherwise it loses track, I guess. Configure NF tables, blah 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 blah. It actually recreating the whole fucking shit from the start. And then I have to find out where 7 really starts. Disgusting. I hate AIs. Going to start a political party. The anti-AI party. I guess I can just look for NFT. That's where it really starts. Actually, NFT is used here as well. Yeah, what? Shit. Maybe it did start here. Okay, let's not start a political party. A not table. No. Well, create the net table for IP version 4 so if it doesn't exist. Okay, I still have that then. Apparently, I have no idea what I'm doing. This is doing it in the init namespace. That was my browser namespace for my test. So I want to do something like run in the NS browser and not. Create the output chain for not if it doesn't exist. I just told you what I have, so it doesn't exist. This chain handles locally generated packets before routing. Priority -100 is a common value for D not in output hook. Whatever. Add IB chain, that is also the same namespace then. I really have no idea, I'm just copying it. Yep. A DNet rule for TCP traffic to yeah, except no, of course. What should I use here? That is the question. So it says that oops. Change the destination of that. That is the IP of the ETH NSA inside NS store. Okay, so hope that is correct. Do we need the vETH inside NS store? Which is this one. But it doesn't know anything about that, so instead we need this one, which happens to end on a 2 as well. Oh, my cursor was still over there. DNet rule for UDP traffic. It's the same thing, but then UDP instead of TCP. For the rest, everything is the same. These rules will catch packets arriving on the vETH NSA, which is still the same IP number, after the first DNet, and change the destination to that where your daemon is listening. Your existing rule set table, blah blah blah, will not be affected. We are adding a new table specifically for not. Create a not table. Now in this case I can just copy it because it is indeed namespace and a store. Add the table. Chain, I've been not pre-routing, nobody understands it. This is I won't make the joke. Let's see. We see VPNet. Okay, so that is then veth NSA. That should be the veth in the NSA, which is NSTOR. Right? Yeah. Which is just still this thing. The other one is just never mentioned. This one for some reason. IP address, and then we get the thing that ends on 2 again. This one. TCP port, DNet, blah blah blah. And I'm pretty sure this is exactly the same again, except UDP here. UDP. Okay. Now, if everything worked, shall we just do this test here? So we do that. I should do that here, I think. That's the other way around. No, wait, actually, it's completely different. Pre-routing. This is the other one then. Here. So either I messed up the namespaces or... Shit. Oh no, netns is my browser thing. So I should have, let's use the browser. Much better. Okay, table IP net, chain output, type net hook, output priority, destination net instead of 100. Interesting. Policy accept, IP address, something dnet to ends on the 2. Cool. And then the other one was same thing, right? So, dist table IP net. Yep. Pre-routing. Looks good. And your sudo IP netns exec NSTOR bliss table file will remain unchanged. Remember that this CTL setting possibly is still crucial for the kernel to accept packets. Now, I'm just going to test it. So the point was that we could already look up DNS name inside namespace store, as in both. Let's use a tiger. That worked. And then now we should be able to do this also in NS browser. No, you cannot. The very idea. Well, that's because it didn't root the IP version 6. So maybe we should try what we did root, namely that one. That still doesn't work. Damn. Well, it would have been nice if it would have worked, wouldn't it? But no. Well, if it would have worked immediately. Network unreachable. Maybe the thing's down. Did we check if it is up or down? No, it should be up. It totally should be up. It's up. Maybe I used the wrong IP number here. No, I don't know. I'm just gonna confuse this AI here. Holy fuck. I didn't notice that. What? Oh. Yes. Problem 3. Good local net in a store when the packet being denetted in NS browser to browse at in NS store, it will be denetted again by your NS store nftables rule. So it still doesn't work. Does it everywhere? Still doesn't work. Well, let's begin with this then. verify the settings. Problem 4. Oh my god. This one. Yeah. There's already one. Why is it telling me that I have to do this then? Yeah, let's try this one. Still not working. But there is a problem 4. Maybe forwarding needs to be enabled in any namespace that is expected to route packets between interfaces. As a browser needs to forward the packet originally to, then DNet to another blah blah blah. I already did this. Well, that wouldn't give a timeout, would it? Oh, right, yeah, I don't. Let's accept. Oh, maybe it works now. Damn it. Oh, this is net. Why run this on in the store? Wow, it's asking questions. Hmm. so much output, man. It's too much output. Yeah. It's breaking down a little bit. Oh no, it's netns. Yeah, sorry, no. Thought I was starting to confuse these things. But from netns you can do the IP netns exec. So that's actually correct. Yeah, I think I go to bed. It's not really working, is it? Same thing if you ask me. It's not going to work. Nope. It would be nice if it just would have done that immediately. Oh, or not. There is no minus A. What is it? There actually is minus A. Handle. Command. What is the command? Nobody knows. Oh, okay. Command is list. I don't know. It's unbelievable but true. the hell? Hi, Aging. Yes, thank you. Huge breakthrough. Yeah, that seems very logical actually. So we lost loads of time because the AI thought that we had to do it this way, but just doesn't work. Can't work. Not that I had a better idea. I wouldn't know how to do it. But yeah, still, if you ask and the best AI in the world as they should be, the 0506 version, blah blah. And then it comes with a solution that just doesn't work to begin with. That's pretty annoying. It's just a waste of time. I could have been searching documentation and stuff. Maybe I would have figured it out on my own. No, yeah. I think I'm going to bed. Probably the best thing to do at this moment is ask on. It's not Stack Overflow, but one of the other things. If this is possible to begin with. There. Let's lose one game of chess, no matter how long it takes. And then they start with d4. I should have put it there, of course. Why didn't I do that? Of course, I can't play chess. Now we do this, and he takes my pawn. And I take back like this. Then my rook defends my knight. I think I can just do this. Therefore, I can just do this. Or maybe just should have moved the bishop one back. Because I can still do that. It's not really threatening to push it though at the moment. Just not develop this. Oh, now my knight has no squares anymore. But that's no problem. I'm going to take the bishop anyway. As soon as they make a hole for that bishop. If I castle and they take, and then I go here and I take that one as well, and I take here. Do I have an advantage? It's a bit unclear. This move doesn't feel good, but I'm about to check, which also doesn't feel good. Keep it checked here, losing the bishop. No, the bishop can go back. I think I'm gonna give it away. Grab my pawn. He's too scared to take it, you see that? What does he want? True, true, true. A lot less true, but sort of true. Let's move my queen away, like here. Yeah, maybe not the best move actually. I think Taking here now works because I have to do something about my queen. Takes nothing. Might take that pawn then. Let's go here. Yep, there you go. Yeah, I probably should have moved this one. No, I don't know. Then maybe not. Oh shit. You can take my knight now. Hmm. Yeah. Does not do it. That was a blunder. Why the hell would you play the bishop here? It did not make any sense whatsoever. Yeah, so strange. Okay, I get this pawn as well. You could have defended it. Yes. Yeah. Cannot go to bed. I have to lose a game first to play. That can't be good, but how to punish it? Because I have no idea. Queen here would be strong, but then the knight comes here. I can do this, probably the bishop drops back, I take it, the king comes here, and then I could play this, and then the king has to go back, and then my queen is still nowhere to be found. I should probably first, what about just going here first, and then I can maybe put my queen here. Or a queen here would be nice as well, actually. My knight is in the way. Just gonna go here. Push this. Take. Brilliant. I think just good. It looks so good. This diagonal is super weak. King, nobody. Just the bishop. Well, the pawn could be pushed. There is a knight and a pawn here, so that's not really working. So my queen would be still here, and I could put the bishop there, but yeah, then still the pawn comes forward, I guess. Well, he's just not going to take, of course. And if I take, my queen is on the same file as the bloody rook. Okay, let's just do this one then. Now the knight comes here. I know it. Oh, and then I lose my pawn. That's not good. Fortunately, the knight comes here. You have this bishop pinning the knight over the infinitely weak diagonal. The knight goes there and I just push my pawn. Oh, surprising. Yeah, okay. And that thing is unprotected, so I can just move my queen here or there maybe. No, then it can be attacked while it's defended. I don't know what to do here. Maybe this diagonal more interesting. This thing blocks everything. The queen's already moved. Wow. Okay. Let's pile up on this thing. Guess this makes sense, or doesn't it? Well, threaten to win something. Threaten to win a pawn. Difficult. Threatening to take this pawn now. Free. Definitely a free pawn. Even if the king moves, you can just exchange here and then take. Still free pawn. So I think the queen has to move. And where does the queen go? Because here the knight is pinned an extra time, and there I still win the pawn. I think they should move this pawn forward. And I have to take here because my queen is under attack. And then they have the free pawn. Well, protected free pawn, which is not that bad. And then I win a pawn, but okay. Did you get something back for it then? Yeah, they do it. Okay, well, I take here because I want my pawn. Oh, wait a minute. Then not good. It takes with this pawn, then I cannot take here anymore. At least takes a queen, I take a queen, and yeah, not good. Did it just take my bishop and then losing? Oh, almost. Pretty much. Well, I can block the pawn and then they take and I take and I do not win a pawn. Yeah. And they still have this free pawn here. I don't like it. Gotta block the pawn anyway. Well, maybe I win on time. I'm still threatening this pawn now with 3 pieces, so they have to take. And then they take with the knight, and then I have again my threat. Threat on the queen there. Threat is better than I could have taken with the bishop, but yeah, well, I like threats. Threats are better than actually just attacking something. But yeah, they go away. They just go away, of course. And then what do I have? Nothing. Well, okay, this thing is protected by my knight. So I think that one comes here. I want to push this. If I can do this, take. Wait a minute. Take. And I just lost it. It's not good. How about I just go back? Bishop comes here anyway. Push, check. Also not good. Damn it. I'm scared of the bishop. Now I can play this pawn. Oh, I gave away that pawn now. Too scared of the other bishop. Shit. I'll just have to try and win on time, I guess. are thinking. So annoying. So annoying. Yeah, why not? Oh, wait a minute. Oh, wait a minute. Am I mated? You can run away like that. Oh! Fuck me! Ugh! Disgusting! I'm not giving up. I'm giving away peace instead. And a pawn. I gave away my queen. Oh, that is so annoying. So incredibly annoying. I have to do this. And this. Oh, mate. I hate this guy. Where's the I hate you button? Yeah. Okay, I go to bed because I lost.